This is the second book of Kings, chapter 7, 8, and 9. King James Version. Then Elisha said, Hear ye the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, Tomorrow about this time shall a measure of fine flour be sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, in the gate of Samaria. Then a Lord on whose hand the king leaned answered the man of God and said, Behold, if the Lord would make windows in heaven, might this thing be? And he said, Behold, thou shalt see it with thine eyes, but shalt not eat thereof. Verse 3, the Syrians retreat. And there were 4 leprous men at the entering in of the gate, and they said one to another, why sit we here until we die? If we say, we will enter into the city, then the famine is in the city, and we shall die there. And if we sit still here, we die also. Now therefore come, and let us fall unto the host of the Syrians. If they save us alive, we shall live, and if they kill us, we shall but die. And they rose up in the twilight to go unto the camp of the Syrians. And when they were come to the uttermost part of the camp of Syria, behold, there was no man there. For the Lord had made the host of the Syrians to hear a noise of chariots, and the noise of horses, even the noise of a great host. And they said one to another, Lo, the king of Israel hath hired against us the kings of the Hittites and the kings of the Egyptians to come upon us. Wherefore they arose and fled in the twilight, and left their tents and their horses and their asses, even the camp as it was, and fled for their life. And when these lepers came to the uttermost part of the camp, they went into one tent, and did eat and drink, and carried thence silver and gold and raiment, and went and hid it, and came again and entered into another tent, and carried thence also, and went and hid it. Then they said one to another, we do not well. This day is a day of good tidings, and we hold our peace. If we tarry till the morning light, some mischief will come upon us. Now therefore come, that we may go and tell the king's household. So they came and called unto the porter of the city, and they told them, saying, we came to the camp of the Syrians, and behold, there was no man there, neither voice of man, but horses tied, and asses tied, and the tents as they were. And he called the porters, and they told it to the king's house within. And the king arose in the night, and said unto his servants, I will now shew you what the Syrians have done to us. They know that we be hungry. Therefore are they gone out of the camp to hide themselves in the field, saying, when they come out of the city, we shall catch them alive and get into the city. And one of his servants answered and said, let some take, I pray thee, 5 of the horses that remain, which are left in the city. Behold, they are as all the multitude of Israel that are left in it. Behold, I say, they are even as all the multitude of the Israelites that are consumed. And let us send and see. They took therefore 2 chariot horses, and the king sent after the host of the Syrians, saying, go and see. And they went after them unto Jordan, and lo, all the way was full of garments and vessels, which the Syrians had cast away in their haste. And the messengers returned and told the king, and the people went out and spoiled the tents of the Syrians. So a measure of fine flour was sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, according to the word of the Lord. And the king appointed the Lord on whose hand he leaned to have the charge of the gate. And the people trod upon him in the gate, and he died as the man of God had said, who spake when the king came down to him. And it came to pass as the man of God had spoken to the king, saying, 2 measures of barley for a shekel, and a measure of fine flour for a shekel, shall be tomorrow about this time in the gate of Samaria. And that Lord answered the man of God and said, Now, behold, if the Lord should make windows in heaven, might such a thing be? And he said, Behold, thou shalt see it with thine eyes, but shalt not eat thereof. And so it fell out unto him, for the people trod upon him in the gate, and he cried. Chapter 8 of 2 Kings. The woman returns to Shunem. Then spake Elisha unto the woman whose son he had restored to life, saying, Arise, and go thou and thine household, and sojourn wheresoever thou canst sojourn. For the Lord hath called for a famine, and it shall also come upon the land 7 years. And the woman arose and did after the saying of the man of God, and she went with her household and sojourned in the land of the Philistines 7 years. And it came to pass at the 7 years' end that the woman returned out of the land to the Philistines, and she went forth to cry unto the king for her house and for her land. And the king talked with Gehazi, the servant of the man of God, saying, Tell me, I pray thee, all the great things that Elisha hath done. And it came to pass, as he was telling the king how he had restored a dead body to life, that, behold, the woman whose son he had restored to life cried to the king for her house and for her land. And Gehazi said, My lord, O king, this is the woman, and this is her son, whom Elisha restored to life. And when the king asked the woman, she told him. So the king appointed unto her a certain officer, saying, Restore all that was hers, and all the fruits of the field since the day that she left the land, even until now. Verse 7. Elisha predicts Hazael's rise to power. And Elisha came to Damascus, and Ben-Hadad the king of Syria was sick. And it was told him, saying, The man of God is come hither. And the king said unto Hazael, Take a present in thine hand, and go, meet the man of God, and inquire of the Lord by him, saying, Shall I recover of this disease? So Hazael went to meet him, and took a present with him, even of every good thing of Damascus, 40 camels burdened, and came and stood before him, and said, Thy son Benhadad, king of Syria, hath sent me to thee, saying, Shall I recover of this disease? And Elisha said unto him, Go, say unto him, Thou mayest certainly recover. Howbeit the Lord hath shewed me that he shall surely die. And he settled his countenance steadfastly until he was ashamed, and the man of God wept. And Hazael said, Why weepeth my Lord? And he answered, Because I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel. Their strongholds wilt thou set on fire, and their young men wilt thou slay with the sword, and wilt dash their children, and rip up their women with child. And Hazael said, But what? Is thy servant a dog, that he should do this great thing? And Elisha answered, The Lord hath shewed me that thou shalt be king over Syria. So he departed from Elisha and came to his master, who said to him, What said Elisha to thee? And he answered, He told me that thou shouldest surely recover. And it came to pass on the morrow that he took a thick cloth and dipped it in water and spread it on his face so that he died. And Hazael reigned in his stead. Verse 16, Jehoram rules Judah, and in the 5th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, Jehoshaphat being then king of Judah, Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, began to reign. 32 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem. And he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, as did the house of Ahab, for the daughter of Ahab was his wife, and he did evil in the sight of the Lord. Yet the Lord would not destroy Judah for David, his servant's sake, as he promised him to give him always a light and to his children. In his days, Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah and made a king over themselves. So Joram went over to Zaire and all the chariots with him, and he rose by night and smote the Edomites, which compassed him about, and the captains of the chariots, and the people fled into their tents. Yet Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah unto this day. Then Libnah revolted at the same time. And the rest of the acts of Joram and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And Joram slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David. And Ahaziah his son reigned in his stead. Verse 25. Ahaziah rules Judah. In the 12th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, did Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, begin to reign. 22 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign, and he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Athaliah, the daughter of Omri, king of Israel. And he walked in the way of the house of Ahab, and did evil in the sight of the Lord, as did the house of Ahab, for he was the son-in-law of the house of Ahab. And he went with Joram, the son of Ahab, to the war against Hazael, king of Syria, in Ramoth Gilead. And the Syrians wounded Joram. And King Joram went back to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which the Syrians had given him at Ramah when he fought against Hazael, king of Syria. And, and Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to see Joram, the son of Ahab, in Jezreel, because he was sick. Chapter 9. Jehu is anointed king. And Elisha the prophet called one of the children of the prophets, and said unto him, Gird up thy loins, and take this box of oil in thine hand, and go to Ramoth Gilead. And when thou comest thither, look out there Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, and go in, and make him arise up from among his brethren, and carry him to an inner chamber. Then take the box of oil and pour it on his head, and say, Thus saith the Lord, I have appointed thee king over Israel. Then open the door and flee and tarry not. So the young man, even the young man, the prophet, went to Ramoth Gilead. And when he came, behold, the captains of the host were sitting, and he said, I have an errand to thee, O captain. And Jehu said, Unto which of all, unto which of all us? And he said, To thee, O captain. And he arose and went into the house, and he poured the oil on his head, and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I have anointed thee king over the people of the Lord, even over Israel. And thou shalt smite the house of Ahab thy master, that I may avenge the blood of my servants the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of the Lord at the hand of Jezebel. For the whole house of Ahab shall perish, and I will cut off from Ahab him that pisseth against the wall. And him that is shut up and left in Israel. And I will make the house of Ahab like the house of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha the son of Ahijah. And the dog shall eat Jezebel in the portion of Jezreel, and there shall be none to bury her. And he opened the door and fled. And Jehu came forth to the servants of his Lord, and one said unto him, Is all well? Wherefore came this mad fellow to thee? And he said unto them, Ye know the man and his communication. And they said, It is false. Tell us now. And he said, Thus and thus spake he to me, saying, Thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel. Then they hasted and took every man his garment and put it under him on the top of the stairs, and blew with trumpets, saying, Jehu is king. Verse 14, Jehu assassinates Joram. And Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, conspired against Joram. Now Joram had kept Ramoth Gilead, he and all Israel, because Hazael, king of Syria. But King Joram was returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which the Syrians had given him, when he fought with Hazael, king of Syria. And Jehu said, If it be your minds, then let none go forth, nor escape out of the city to go to tell it in Jezreel. So Jehu rode in a chariot and went to Jezreel, for Joram lay there, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, was come down to see Joram. And there stood a watchman on the tower of Jezreel, and he spied the company of Jehu as he came, and said, I see a company. And Joram said, Take an horseman, and send to meet them, and let him say, Is it peace? So there went one on horseback to meet him, and said, Thus saith the king, Is it peace? And Jehu said, What hast thou to do with peace? Turn thee behind me. And the watchman told, saying, The messenger came to them, but he cometh not again. Then he sent out a second on horseback, which came to them, and said, Thus saith the king, Is it peace? And Jehu answered, What hast thou to do with peace? Turn thee behind me. And the watchman told, saying, He came even unto them, and cometh not again. And the driving is like the driving of Jehu, the son of Nimshi, for he driveth furiously. And Joram said, Make ready. And his chariot was made ready. And Joram, king of Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, went out, each in his chariot. And they went out against Jehu, and met him in the portion of Naboth the Jezreelite. And it came to pass, when Joram saw Jehu, that he said, Is it peace, Jehu? And he answered, What peace? So long as the whoredoms of thy mother Jezebel and her witchcrafts are so many. And Joram turned his hands and fled and said to Ahaziah, There is treachery, O Ahaziah. And Jehu drew a bow with his full strength and smote Jehoram between his arms, and the arrow went out at his heart, and he sunk down in his chariot. Then said Jehu to Bidkar, his captain, Take up and cast him in the portion of the field of Naboth the Jezreelite. For remember how that when I and thou rode together after Ahab his father, the Lord laid this burden upon him. Surely I have seen yesterday the blood of Naboth, and the blood of his sons, saith the Lord. And I will requite thee in this plat, saith the Lord. Now therefore take and cast him into the plat of ground, according to the word of the Lord. Verse 27, Jehu assassinates Ahaziah. But when Ahaziah the king of Judah saw this, he fled by the way of the garden house, and Jehu followed after him and said, Smite him, also in the chariot. And they did so at the going up to Gur, which is by Ibleam, and he fled to Megiddo and died there. And his servants carried him in the chariot to Jerusalem and buried him in his sepulchre with his fathers in the city of David. And in the 11th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, began Ahaziah to reign over Judah. Verse 30, Jehu assassinates Jezebel. And when Jehu was come to Jezreel, Jezebel heard of it, and she painted her face and tired her head and looked out at a window. And as Jehu entered in at the gate, she said, Had Zimri peace, who slew his master? And he lifted up his face to the window and said, Who is on my side? Who? And there looked out to him 2 or 3 eunuchs. And he said, Throw her down. So they threw her down, and some of her blood was sprinkled on the wall and on the horses, and he trod her under foot. When he was come in, he said, Eat and drink, and said, Go, see now this cursed woman, and bury her, for she is a king's daughter. And they went to bury her, but they found no more of her than the skull, and the feet, and the palms of her hands. Wherefore they came again and told him, and he said, This is the word of the Lord, which he spake by his servant Elijah the Tishbite, saying, In the portion of Jezreel shall dogs eat the flesh of Jezebel, and the carcass of Jezebel shall be as dung upon the face of the field in the portion of Jezreel, so that they shall not say, This is Jezebel. Proverbs 31, advice to a king, the words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him. What, my son, and what? The son of my womb, and what? The son of my bowels. Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings. It is not for kings, O Lemuel. It is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink, lest they drink and forget the law, and pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted. Give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those that be of heavy hearts. Let him drink and forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. Open thy mouth for the dumb and the cause of all such as are appointed to destruction. Open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy. A good woman, who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands. She is like the merchant's ships. She bringeth her food from afar. She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maidens. She considereth a field, and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hands she planteth a vineyard. She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengtheneth her arms. She perceiveth that her merchandise is good, her candle goeth not out by night. She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff. She stretcheth out her hand to the poor, yea, she reacheth forth her hands to the needy. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. She maketh herself coverings of tapestry, her clothing is silk and purple. Her husband is known in the gates, when he sitteth among the elders of the land. She maketh fine linen, and selleth it, and delivereth girdles unto the merchant. Strength and honor are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. She looketh well to the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness. Her children arise up and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praiseth her. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain, but a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates. This one, girl. Take your medicine. Come on, girl. Come on, first. Yeah, good. That's a good girl. Okay. Gotta wait a little bit, girl. Just wait a little while for this. Precious is medicine. That's sweetheart. Wait a little while. Okay? You just wait a little while.
Hi, my name is Tian, and this is our home. I live here with my husband. Manila is a 136 days from Master Highway. It took us 7 months to convert her part-time, and the last 2 months was full-time. This is a 136 days, so it's very short, and we wanted a lot of space for cooking. So this adds an extra counter space for us to cook. And I really, really enjoy sitting here and walk or just sipping with my coffee. And this town really easily. So on the left side is our kitchen area. We have 85-liter isotherm cruise fridge. We just recently added. It was very expensive, but it gave us a lot of storage. Above the fridge is our little drawer that we keep our cooking utensils. It's very just in here. On our counter space, we have an electric cooktop. We also just recently added this. We just felt like it's just much easier to have a space to cook right there and then all the time. So we loved it so far. Over here, there is our sink area. We cover it with our cutting board. And this is a pretty deep sink. We have a farm faucet that is also extendable and it could move 360 degrees. So when we wanted to take showers outside or after we go on the beach, this is very convenient for that. We also have a soap dispenser right here, and underneath the sink is our pantry. It's a very small pantry, but it does the job. We keep our soy sauce, fish sauce, and some sauces down here, and oils also, so that it's easy to cook. Like if I was making something, um, very easy, convenient. And right next to it is our trash can. On top of the kitchen area is our cabinet that we keep all the dry goods. From here you can see the French press seasoning in the front. There's some noodles, rice, and cereal. We added the latches on our door of the cabinet so that when we close it, it's clicked into place and it helps when we drive in, it doesn't move and it doesn't make everything fly open. Over here is our fruit hammock. We love this. We also added a paper towel up here. We wanted to add a microwave and we were so happy about it. Underneath is our counter space and the dresser. Um, Inside the first drawer are my skincare products, a lot of chargers, our toiletries, some candles, and perfume. The second drawer is where I keep my plates and bowls. We wanted to put pots and pans in here as well. We haven't been able to purchase the one that we like yet, so that still stays open. The third drawer is where I keep my instant pot. We also keep our smoothie maker down here. We were just a normal couple. We were working full time, and we were about to put down on our very first house just about last year. And as we get closer to it, we started to have cozy. Is this what we wanted to do? Are we ready to be tied down to one spot for the next couple of years, 10, 20 years? Are we ready to start a family here and have kids here? So then we got scared. We wasn't ready to make that commitment yet. So then instead of purchasing the house, we purchased the van and just us two working during the day and at night we both work on the van. Right now we are done with our tiny home on wheels. This is our extra table we have for outdoor. We have a little portable stove top and we use our kettle to heat up some water and enjoy our morning tea, or during the afternoon we can enjoy cocktail downstairs. So one thing that we really wanted to add to our van is some plants. So we were debating a lot about the cactus and some herbs, and I won the fight because y'all said that cactus are much easier to take care of, but with the herbs, since my parents grow them in the garden, um, we really wanted to have it in the van so that we can cook with them, we can make drinks, cocktails with them, um, and it will look pretty. We keep them secure by using these jelly adhesive that they sell for cars. It's very secure. So this is the brand from Master. So it came with the upper shelf in the cab. But what we did was we added a door for it and make everything look nicer. We open it up, and this is where we store like our tools, backpack for hiking, and half of the space we are saving it for our winter clothes. When we walk into a house, the first thing that you will notice right away is our full length mirror. This is very important to me because I'm a wedding photographer, so I need to look good before I go out and take photos at a wedding. This was a very nice addition that my husband took his time and worked on. Is a barn sliding door for our bathroom. So when you slide it out, you will see our full bathroom. It's a very small bathroom. It's a wet bath per se because the toilet is within the bathroom. So this is the cab, and when we start coming inside the house, we usually put our shoes right here and close the door so that we can be barefoot within our living space. So we added a custom rug right here, and it makes the house a lot more comfier. And where I'm sitting is the passenger seat. The seat swivel around, and I can pop up this little table counter space up, and I can work here. Let me introduce to you our dinette area. This setup we have right now is a lounge area. This is our favorite because it opens up the whole entire van. It looks very spacious, so we like to keep it this way most of the time. On this side is where we keep our snacks and vitamins, some tea. Over here is all my camera products and some of the art supplies filling in the space that we have in between. Some toiletries just to fill in the space. Going over here on the left side of the upper cabinet, this is where I keep all my clothes. Anoka. And then over here is where I keep my undergarments and socks. And this is our blanket. This upper cabinet is for y'all. He said this is all he needs, but I don't know about that. So this is where I keep the legs on the table. We just take it out, bring it down here, and slide it in. It's very easy. And we bring the table over and just pop it in, lock it, and swivel around. Okay, so here is table mode. So let me show you how you can convert this into a bed. You just pop out this table, put it on the side, remove this leg, bring it over here, come back, put this table this bed is the width of it is bigger than a full size bed, but smaller than a queen. So it is 57 inches wide, and for the length, it is 72 inches. I'm only 5'2", so I fit plenty. There's a lot of room. Also, this is natural latex mattress, so even though it's very thin, but it's very comfortable. I like this a lot more than what we had in our apartment. So recommend it. And this little cubby right here is where we store our bedding, pillows. Underneath this bench on the driver's side is our water system. We have a 30 gallons of fresh water holding tank. It runs with a 12-volt pump. It powers the faucet at the sink and the shower. Whenever we need it, we just turn on the switch, and it takes 25 to 30 minutes for it to fully heat up, and then we have hot water. And over here on our passenger side is our electrical system. We have 300 amp of lithium batteries from Renogy and 3,000 watt inverter. So it is plenty to heat up our electric. Grammarly can help you write quickly and confidently, so you never have to slow down at work.
So I wanted to talk to you today because crime life in the UK is almost certainly under threat. This isn't hyperbole, this is kind of real. The act that is proposed against the Parliament is highly discriminatory and could really affect people's freedoms in the UK. The proposed police crime sentences and court bill really have a significant effect on people who want to lawfully live their life in the UK. So to give a sum up, they are changing the law around vehicles on land, which is owned or resided or occupied by someone. And currently we have customs laws, and they're reasonably fair, and they do a reasonably good job. But what they really want to do, they want to change that law so that anyone who decides that you've caused any medium amount of distress, whatever distress is, what is the threshold for distress, could be anything, could be just don't like the look of your van in the scenery, or don't like you, and they can call the police, and the police can come and they can arrest you, they can confiscate your van, and a bunch of other things, which would be really horrific, especially considering for a lot of people, the van is their only home. So what they're doing, they're basically creating laws which could enable people to have their homes and possessions confiscated for an indeterminate period of time based on a belief that they might commit offence in the future. It's pretty hardcore. I mean, the UK, England especially, has been long-term sliding towards being a less liberal society. But something like this, especially for van life community or people who would like to live in a van, being students who don't want to have massive debt when they come out of university, retirees, people who want to focus on art or rock climbing or whatever, or just people who end up living in a vehicle because they have no other options. It's just another tool that people who don't like them can use the police to crack down and cause massive distress and massive harm to those people's lives, regardless if they're doing anything wrong, regardless if they're causing any damage. And therefore, we have to do something to try and fight this law from being enacted. The Joint Committee of Human Rights is meeting to discuss this on the 15th to 16th, and there's a submission deadline to the 14th of this month, so we've got a few days. And to help with this process, you can submit evidence. If you are living in a van or van life or whatever, you can look at the details of the law, and Van Monkey's got a really good breakdown of it, and the link is in the description. I would recommend you read through what they say about it, have a look at the law itself, think about how that applies to you, think about how that applies to other people, and you can create a Word document. It won't take you very long. You can just say reasons for concern to the law is, why it infringes on people's rights, which it clearly would, why there aren't any protections and safeguarding, because essentially it comes down to people's opinions, and you can be criminalized and have massive disruption to your life or someone's belief, not actual behavior. And you just put that together, put it into a Word document. I don't want to give a template for you to send, because really these all have to be different, because the idea is collecting evidence, it's not a petition. So therefore you really need to just have a look. It won't take you very long. I just did it. It took me about 45 minutes, and I have a nice submission complete. And basically that's all. You might think this is like an extra piece of admin for your day, but I just did it. It took me about 45 minutes, and I have a nice submission complete. And basically that's all. You might think this is like an extra piece of admin for your day, but it's worth it, because if laws like this are enacted, then any NIMBY, busybody person who's bothered about anyone being anywhere without buying a house or paying for a hotel, they're going to be after you. Now, anyone who's traveled a lot and spent, especially years in their vans traveling around, there's always someone, for maybe a good reason, maybe they've had a bad experience with someone, but we've all had bad experiences with people from almost all walks of life. Maybe they've had a bad experience, or maybe they just don't like the fact that you're living in a way which is contrary to the way they're living. These people will have a tool to literally fuck up your life, and this law will give it to them. And I really, really think that you should first submit some evidence using the link below. It won't take you very long, and also write to your MP and post about it on social media. Van Monkeys, I'll give a link to them in the description. They've got a great bunch of material they've done, and they've done loads of really fantastic work to kind of highlight this. And I would recommend sharing their stuff and just getting the word out. And hopefully we'll get a lot of evidence submitted. Hopefully they'll realize the unlawfulness of this law, is inherent immorality, it's inherent lack of safeguarding, and with any luck, these amendments won't be enacted into law and drive England into a state of greater non-liberty.
At Jermaine Diaz, you better hurry. 0% for 75 months is back with new Sportages, Sorrento, and Steltos.
Hi, this is Ollie and Emily from Dahlheimer Conversion. Hi, this is Ollie and Emily from Dahlheimer Conversions. We're going to show you around our latest conversion, which is Biggie Small.
Biggie Small is a Persian boxer L4H3, so a rather large house, the biggest we've got so far. And yeah, take it inside. Grammarly can help you write quick. Hey, I'm Jenny. This is Alex and Daisy. We're here in sunny Oceanside, California, in our self-converted van.
We have a 2018 3500 Dodge ProMaster 156 wheelbase.
We'd love to show you around, so come on in.
Okay, let's start off in the kitchen. This is our sink. It's an extra deep sink. It's a quartz resin mix. It's scratch resistant. It's heat resistant. We wanted to mimic a little bit the look of our old home, and that's why we have chosen black and this type of sink. In our old home we had a soap dispenser, so Jenny required to have a soap dispenser. This is our faucet, what we use to wash dishes with and just other washing. This is our drinking water faucet.
St. Claude, Minnesota, a hostage situation. We are just outside the barricades. So you can see the hundreds of people up there. We got Sartell PD out here, backside of the Wells Fargo over here. We got St. Cloud PD here in the parking lot. They've let 2 hostages go out of here. This was a bank robbery. So you know me, I get in here to get the shot. So we got some St. Cloud officers over there. Sorry, what was that? Why can't I be here? You got cars. You got cars over here. Why? But why can't I be here? I know, but I'm press. Okay, well, I respectfully decline your request then. That's okay. We can talk. So then we just had the St. Cloud officer ask me to go across the street. But we can see that is the crime scene. We can see that cars are being allowed to drive here. And apparently I'm going to get hit by a car. I'm standing right here next to the sturdy pole. And we got the Wells Fargo right here. Let's see if we can. Apparently, I'm more important than the hostage situation in the bank right now. Can't really see too much inside the bank. How's it going? I can't see from over there. It's better from here. Why?
You can record all you want across the street, but we can't be meeting.
I know, but then I got road noise. It's easier to record right here.
I understand it's easier for you, but we can't allow it, okay? Like, there's still stuff going on here.
I know, and that's what they're very quiet.
We don't allow pedestrians to meet either. I understand your press, you're recording this.
Right.
That's great. You have to be on the side of the road, not the media, though, okay?
So what is the difference between there?
This is the middle of the road. There's lanes of traffic on both sides.
No, there's no lanes of traffic. Well, there's lanes of traffic here, but it's closed off if it hits my traffic, correct? This is crime scene.
Right now, you have to be on that side of the road. That's what I'm saying. We told all other media.
I understand that.
All other media had no problem going over there.
That's great. I'm proud for them. Just like if I tell a bunch of people things and they comply, to tell them to jump off a cliff doesn't mean it's a good
I
thing.
call my sergeant over here to explain to you.
I don't care. You do what you need to. I'm just trying to record this. You guys should be more concerned about what's going on here than dealing with me standing behind a pole with a traffic vest.
All of my sergeants can explain.
Can you tell me how far the crime scene goes?
I'm
gonna.
Over here. I'm going to tell you exactly where you can stand. That's not fair.
Well, no, if you're telling me I can't stand here, and I don't agree that's a lawful order. So
I'll have you come explain.
I don't. I want to just film this. We're concentrating on this. You know, we got people in there. This actual crime going on.
Do we have a lot
You guys
of
are
cops obviously watching,
and you guys are dealing with something that's not a crime, right? That I'm just recording, which you should be happy I'm out here. So if something happens.
We'll explain it all to you. How's that?
And again, you should be happy that I'm staying here recording. So if something happens, it's a different perspective and an unbiased thing.
I agree with you.
See, you guys doing a great job, right? That's what I want to do.
I was told nobody in the meeting.
Okay.
I'm just trying to do what my supervisor told me to do. I'm sure you can understand that.
I get that.
So if he's coming over right now, if he says otherwise, he's above me. We'll go off what he says. How does that sound?
Sounds good. Can I get your name and badge number?
Yeah, I can give you my card.
Oh, that works. I just never been to St. Cloud before. Usually I'm in Minneapolis and Brooklyn Center. And hi, how's it going? Good. My name's Sergeant Kleinfelter. Right now you can't be here. All right, I need you to move. Please. Okay. I'm going to have you at least stand on the barrier on the other side of the street. That's what I've told everybody else. We have an area for press. We've been allowing some people. This is not the spot for you to be. Okay. So how far does the crime scene go that way? Because that's where I'm working my way around that way.
I understand what you're saying. I understand that. But right now, the median you can be in because it affects traffic coming this way. If traffic were shut off this way, I would have less of a worry about it.
Right, but traffic shut off here.
I understand that. But what I'm telling you is with people standing there already gawking going by.
I get that.
Okay. What's your first name? My name's Greg.
I'm Jason.
I'm telling you just straight up. I don't want to sit and have an argument about it.
Neither do I. I want to cover this, not have an issue with you guys, because I got 4 officers here. When we have, I don't know if there's still hostages in there, but we know we have a bank robber still in there, at least one, right? And we got 4 officers out here dealing with the press. But I let you talk.
I know.
But now you're interrupting me.
The bottom line is you're not going to get to stay here. I'm just telling you. That's not negotiable.
Okay, so you guys gonna arrest me or what?
If that's what it takes to have you leave, I will have you arrested. Yes.
Okay.
Because you're not allowed the other card. I don't. My card's. I might have a card in here. If not, I have my card's over there. I'll get you a card.
All right.
Write my name down. Thank you. All right. My computer.
Have you tried the cost query?
Why would I be up there? There's 100 people up there filming.
Well, that's what I know, but that's what we have in areas of critical incidents. That's why we set areas for press.
I understand that. But they're only going to get that perspective, right? So if something happens here, and you guys do a phenomenal job and take the person into custody, and they.
Live TV from 85 plus channels, local sports and news. YouTube TV. Try it free. Only pay for what you need with Liberty Mutual.
Where was I? Right. So this last week, I decided to go on a little road trip in the Prius to waste some time before my appointment for my second vaccine and to save some gas before hitting the road again full time in the van. My first 2 days of the trip were hot, unplanned, and chaotic. I spent the night on the Kern River, drove 3 hours out of the way to spend a few hours at Shaver Lake, and I discovered a surprisingly cool campsite right outside of Fresno. I covered all of that stuff in my last video, part 1 of the Prius trip. My 3rd and 4th days on this trip were a lot more mellow, apart from an intruder on the 3rd night. I don't think I'm alone. So without any further ado, let's start where we ended last, on Millerton Lake, right outside of Fresno. Good morning. Say good morning. Stinky breath. Last night, after I stopped filming my last video, I went to In-N-Out and I got myself a dinner because I felt like I deserved it. And it was really good. Oh. You want to come with me to visit Jason? This morning I realized I hadn't checked the oil since I got the car from my mom's house, which is really dumb because this car has a history of burning oil or leaking oil. And after a quick glance, it was easy to determine that we definitely need more oil. Oh gosh, this is such a bad idea. Hopefully this will work. I'm not sure why I feel so confident right now. I probably shouldn't feel as confident after being that low in oil, but alas, here we are. Today I'm going to go to Oakhurst, which is right outside of Yosemite Valley. I didn't bring my national parks pass. I'm not going to go to the national park, which is totally fine because this little one isn't allowed anyway. So yeah, that's it. It's like 2 o'clock right now, and I just pulled into my new site for the night. I'm on Bass Lake, which is amazing because I don't know why it's awesome. It's just really great here. It's the perfect temperature. This campground that I chose to pull into is right next to like a little restaurant thing that I think I'll probably get dinner at tonight. It's actually so weird. I don't know what's going on this trip, but I'm actually treating it like a trip, and I think it's doing me well. I think when I kind of let van life become a lifestyle, it kind of just changed the way that I acted on the road, and I don't think that I've been touristy enough. I've been very, very frugal. I didn't have an income for a very long time, and because of it, I wasn't allowing myself the simple pleasures of like going out to eat every once in a while or getting a campsite just because it's on a lake. I'm seeing a lot of possibility right now, and it's making me really happy. I don't know, for some reason I'm so happy right now. I'm just spending the afternoon here reading. This book has me sucked in. I can't escape. But this rain is cool and unexpected. I just want it to pour, like really hard for like 5 minutes. That's all I want in the universe right now. But a storm never came. The sky instead opening up and filling the world with color. This whole evening felt like a dream. This book, Where the Crawdads Sing, it really does have me effed up. I will not lie. I'm like very much in the trance. I almost chose to miss sunset and then thought that I would really regret it, and so I'm here for sunset, but I really, really want to be reading. It reminds me very much of my favorite book ever, which is called The Alchemist, Crawdads Sing. It really does have me effed up. I will not lie. I'm like very much in the trance. I almost chose to miss sunset and then thought that I would really regret it, and so I'm here for sunset, but I really, really want to be reading. It reminds me very much of my favorite book ever, which is called The Alchemist. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Nope, it's called The Name of the Wind. This book also reminds me of that book that I loved when I was a kid, of that one kid who lived in a tree and had a pet Fallon. Hawk Fallon. It's called My Side of the Mountain. These also all have the same vibe as The Boxcar Children, which is a series that made me into a reader rabbit in the first place. I'm so happy. Like, why am I this happy right now? I don't know what's wrong with me. The last couple of weeks, I've just been wrecked. I don't know why. I can't really tell you exactly why. Maybe I just needed a vacation. Maybe I just needed a slap in the face. Maybe I needed to hurt for a couple of weeks so that I could come back and have more perspective. The one thing that's remained true my entire van life experience is perspective. Like gaining perspective, that is the one thing that living in a van, I guarantee if anybody who lives in a van, you will gain perspective on your country, on the people that you live around. You really gain perspective on life and boredom and retirement. That's actually a really interesting point. You gain perspective living in a van for a long period of time on what like being retired would feel like. It's actually made me realize that whatever career that I choose, I don't want to choose a career that I would have to retire from. I don't want to be working all day, 5 days a week for 30 years for a job that I don't even like to get to a place that I think is going to be a step up from normal life just to get there and then be disappointed. I really think that taking this time off has made me realize that I want to fill my time, my entire life, with things that I think most people only get to do during retirement. Like, I don't know, living where you want to live and being who you want to be and having the coffee shops and the farmers markets and the gardens and the simple things. Like, I want to have that before I retire. I don't know what I want to be, but I know that I don't want to be an accountant. And I think that's why I've been so weird about the whole college thing, because I'm like,
Well, I applied for a major that I don't even want to be anymore. I think getting an education is important, but I also think that I don't need to overly stress myself getting there. I know I'm going to go back to college. I've never been more sure of anything in my entire life. I love being in college. I love the feeling of accomplishment that comes after a semester of well-earned grades. Like, I love working hard and I love having professors who validate me. Like, getting good grades is a source of validation. I don't know what this rambling mess was, but I'm going to go try to see if the place has firewood now before they close. So it was nice chatting. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Just kidding. I'll talk to you in like an hour. Goodbye. So the store closed at 7, so no fire tonight, but instead I have this wonderful fiery sunset that is basically gone, so I'm pointing at clouds. Also, I'm having leftovers for dinner. I think I've talked enough tonight, more than enough, so I'm actually just gonna do what I actually want to do and go back to reading. So I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. I spent the rest of the evening reading, and before I knew it, it was 2 a.m., my eyes were burning, and I'd finished the book. Okay, so it's 2 a.m., and I just finished that book, and I think I might have a little bit of a life crisis after that one. Oh God, guys, this book. Alright, I'm literally delirious, and I must go now. Goodbye. As I fell asleep, visions of newspaper clippings danced in my head. If you know, you know. Anyways, now 10 minutes later, I started to hear a weird noise. A noise I knew all too well. The last noise any car dweller ever wants.
We saw the possibilities. And what's best for the athlete must be better for the
to hear. I don't know if you can hear it, but I don't think I'm alone in this car. I'm 90% certain that there is a mouse somewhere up front. I don't know if it's in the engine, in the walls, under the floor, or in the car with me. But I'm pretty sure I'm not alone. It was at this convenient moment that my phone storage got too full, so here's a replay of what went down. After a few minutes, the scratching stopped. I laid my head back down and tried to get some sleep. That didn't work, though, because a few minutes later, the noise came back, louder. I'm very, very irrationally scared of mice. The house that I grew up in always had a little Minnie Mouse issue, and I think I might be scarred from that one time that one mouse decided to use my sleeping body as a heating pad. In the van, I've dealt with 3 different mouse encounters, but every time the mice never made it past the walls, never made it into my bed. Thus, the van is a safe space for me, a place where I do not have to worry about waking up to an uninvited bedmate. But the Prius is different. The Prius is littered with the evidence of my back. Louder. I'm very, very irrationally scared of mice. The house that I grew up in always had a little Minnie Mouse issue, and I think I might be scarred from that one time that one mouse decided to use my sleeping body as a heating pad. In the van, I've dealt with 3 different mouse encounters, but every time the mice never made it past the walls, never made it into my bed. Thus, the van is a safe space for me, a place where I do not have to worry about waking up to an uninvited bedmate. But the Prius is different. The Prius is littered with the evidence of mice having made it past the walls. This car is no fortress. There are acorns on the dash, under the seats, inside the little pouch on the back of the front seats. All this to say that when I heard the little scratching of the little claws grow louder and louder, undeniably closer and closer, I knew that I was not getting a wink of sleep. I was on mouse watch, and my phone was dead. After the loudest scratching so far, there were a few minutes of silence, dead silence, my eyes burning, straining to stay open, keeping my watch under the light of a nearly full moon. And all of a sudden, I saw a shadow dart across the driver's seat backrest. My fight or flight instinct kicked in, and in a matter of seconds, I was outside in the cold mountain air wearing only an oversized t-shirt. Looking back on that night, I can't 100% tell you if what I saw was real or if I was just so tired I was hallucinating, but it was real enough for my tired, paranoid self to choose to sleep on the picnic table outside that was covered in mist. It was a very wet, very cold, very sleepless night. And that's the mouse story. The end. Hello, everybody. It is much later in the day. I've had a long day. I've had a good day. I've had a long day. I understand I've had a good day. I've had a hot day. It's been very, very hot. Yeah, last night I had a weird experience. I've never actually slept in a car where I thought a mouse was in my car. Anyways, so yeah, I mean, I ended up sleeping outside. Not the biggest of deal, except for the fact that I was soaking wet, freezing cold, and couldn't sleep because of all those things. I actually promised myself last night that I wouldn't sleep in the Prius again. But now I'm thinking I might give it one last chance because I don't really know why. I feel like giving it another chance, and I really don't want to have to go buy a tent. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stay again at the place that I stayed 2 nights ago. Anyways, I'll see you guys there. Pro tip, not really a tip, just something to note about living in a car. It's really hard to change. Really hard to change. I'm tired. Did not sleep at all last night. When I was 16 years old, I checked out a book from my school's library, just trying to fill the extra credit AR point quota for one of my English classes. Little did I know that that book that I checked out would light a fire in me and open my eyes to the possibilities of a nomadic lifestyle. The book was called Wanderlove, and although I now see it as corny as hell, my younger self deemed it the best book of all time, and it's weird to look back and realize that that book was the reason I started down the path I'm on today. It was the reason I spent hours scouring Pinterest for travel quotes, YouTube for backpacking advice. It's the reason the YouTube algorithm decided to push me Nate Murphy's 17-day van build, a video that ultimately led to me spending 3 years saving, learning, and prepping for the day that I could buy, convert, and live full time in my own little home on wheels. I'm glad my path led me here. Finn's being quite the adventurer today. I feel like I should be nervous. You know, something that they don't tell you when you're getting into van life with dogs is that dogs on the road are like 100 times more expensive than dogs in a house. Because dogs on the road are happy dogs, adventurous dogs, dogs who like to go sniffing rocks. And when dogs like to sniff in rocks and drink lake water, odds are eventually they will end up in the ER. And honestly, there's not very much that you can do about it, except for hope and pray that when they do end up in the ER, it's not for something horrible, because the only alternative is keeping them cooped up in the van. And honestly, that's just not my style. This little boy has been to the ER like 4 times since being on the road, huh, Finny? Plus, we have health insurance for Finn, which I highly recommend if you are getting on the road with any dog, because again, they're gonna end up in the ER. It's not about if, it's when.
Only pay for what you need with Liberty Mutual. I just said that.
Live TV from 85 plus channels with local sports and news. YouTube TV. Try it free.
This place is gorgeous. I wish I could play music, but all the music that I listen to is copyright music. I could jam out to Epidemic Sound. That could be fun.
Someday you'll know. I'm say I've been feeling this way for far too long.
This evening, I found myself thinking about that one book I'd found in high school, Wanderlove. I often find myself wondering what my life would be like if I hadn't found that book, or if I just simply chosen another book instead. Would I still have grown an interest in backpacking? Would I have eventually found an interest in the van life? Or would I have found a home, a comfort in another realm? There were a few months there when I was so entranced with finance books that I changed my major to accounting, and I really did love the subject until I realized that there was more to life than money. But it took me living in a van to realize that. I want to believe that I'd have found a love for travel eventually, even if I hadn't chosen that book that day. But you know what? I really don't know. Without that book, I might not have tied my identity to being a traveler so young, and I probably would have gone to a 4-year university, and who knows where I would have ended up if I'd chosen to do that. There's this quote I found a few weeks ago when I was struggling to make decisions about my life that perfectly sums up everything that I've been dealing with in the last couple of months. And it goes, sometimes I can hear my bones straining under the weight of all the lives I'm not living. And I'm not even going to attempt to explain that. Either you'll understand it or you won't. I thought before this video actually ended, I thought it was only right to show you guys this. I had to make a late night run to Walmart, which is not ideal when you're like 40 minutes away from the Walmart and it's way past your bedtime. I didn't feel any of it because honestly, I was very angry. I have to wonder if I didn't bring this mouse from home and I was sleeping in the car with it for the first couple days. I could be wrong, but I'll never know. This last week, I decided to go on a short road trip around Central California to waste some time before my appointment for my second vaccine. And thanks to the current high gas prices around the state, when the question came as far as which vehicle to take, I didn't think twice. Of course, I'd be taking the Prius. One single. The Prius. Let's go. I left Monterey on Monday, April 19th. About 1 hour before Paul drove me over to my mom's house to grab the Prius, I got a text saying that the battery was dead. So day one started off on a great note. Paul and I revived the glorified golf cart, and just like that, I was on my way. It's currently 12:04. I spent all morning getting the Prius ready. It looks like a mess, but I swear it is an organized mess. Let's go. I'm sure you guys have questions. Why, Mariah? Why are you taking the Prius when you have a fully good man back at home? Well, let me tell you, there's a lot of things wrong with this car. This is my childhood family car. It's a 2008 Prius, a little dinged up from the years that my parents spent teaching my brother and I how to drive. I mean, it's gone through some stuff. 243,000 miles of stuff. The air conditioning doesn't work. It is hot in this car right now. Through all the faults, it does have one thing going for it. It's a Prius. Do you see that? 46.4 miles to the gallon. Come on. I'm going into Albertsons, but it's 80 degrees outside. And so I'm literally going to run in, grab two things. This Phineas can't be in his car for more than 5 minutes. I shopped so fast I forgot to buy groceries. Living in a car with a dog is much more challenging than in a van with less windows, more insulation, and prioritized ventilation. Take the chicken, put it in the salad. It's actually really nice to be able to cook outside. My friend, that is not cooking. I mean that sound. Do you like the Prius or do you like being colder in the van? A couple of hours of driving on a sketchy road, winding along the Kern River, and I arrived at my first campsite. Also, this is not a sketchy road. I do not sell under duress. He's so tired. He looks so wiped out. All we did today was drive. There's actually a hot spring about a mile down this river. It's a good hot spring, but it's like 90 degrees out right now, so it's not hot spring season. Oh no, Oh, I'm trying to get in. It's really cold. Fun fact, this is the third river that I've swam in since I've gotten on the road. There is definitely something wrong with that equation. I have massive goosebumps.
I'll be Tucson, the next frontier of electric.
Did you have a good day? Did you have a good day? I'm sorry that we were driving so much. And now Finn and I, Finn, you have to read too. We're going to be reading Where the Crawdads Sings. Where the Crawdads Sing? Aw, Finn just cuddled up to my side. I miss Coleman. Usually when I leave, I don't miss Coleman for like, I don't know, a week. Because I'm so caught up in the distraction of everything. And so I thought that because it's a shorter trip, I wouldn't have time to miss him. Plus he's busy working. I don't know. And I never talk about that on this channel. I feel like a lot of people think that I'm single. I get comments of people saying that I'm lying about being single. I promise I'm not lying. I just
Why doesn't it tell the time when somebody says something? What is that? Hi, put user in time. Let me see. How come it don't tell me? Oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to delete. I didn't mean to do that. Why did it do that? I seriously didn't try to do that. Oops. Yeah, why? What does that mean? Mostly. Do it up. Do what up? Do it up? I don't know what that means, man.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ryan. This is my dog Finn, and this is the van that we've been living in for the last 7 months. And today I'm going to talk about 10 things that I hate about living in a van. I'm only going to give one disclaimer today, and that is that I love living in a van. I'm really only filming this because I used to love watching videos like this because I like to put myself into other people's shoes to see if I could handle the worst. So, anyways, without any further ado, let's get into it. There's a lot of things on this list that I don't all the way hate, but this one I do, and it is judgment. Mostly judgment from strangers. There's this judgment that sometimes occurs in affluent communities, and I
conversation continued, and he ended up saying something along the lines of, "Why don't you go back to work and pay taxes like the rest of us?"
Nah.
It was great. Personally, I take judgment to heart and I start to see myself in the way that strangers see me, so I've learned to stay out of the areas where I might get judged. The second thing I hate about the van life is the 14-day limit on game on land in National Forest, and the Girl Scout code is a fine thing for Girl Scout. Oh gosh. Only staying 2 nights in a place before you leave if you're staying at a Walmart or on a side street or at a rest area. Like, you don't want to stay more than 2 nights. That's the general etiquette. The more that I've been on the road, the more I've come to recognize what a good campsite looks like. It looks like comfort, safety, peace, happiness, beautiful views. And I've come to realize that there really aren't that many places in the United States that check all the boxes for me. So when I come to a place like Sedona, for example, 14 days passes by in the blink of an eye. And that's not even to mention the places where the etiquette, like I said, is to stay 2 days. That's like very frustrating, especially for somebody like me who avoids the police house at all costs. Because I know that if I even get a couple of police house, van life is no longer going to be sustainable for me and my anxious brain long term. So yeah, I abide by the rules. I hate them sometimes. The third thing, I had a guy comment this one time, and it was a comment that went along the lines of, when you have a home everywhere, you have a home nowhere. When I read that comment, I started crying, because that quote put into words a feeling that I have not been able to put into words this entire time living in a van. Yes, amazing. I feel like you have the entire North America at your fingertips to be able to play with and go and explore and whatever, but at the same time, because I have a van, I can't afford an apartment. I can't afford a piece of land. I can't afford to have a stable home base. And therefore, I have traded having a home base for the versatility of van life. And that kind of goes hand in hand with the last thing that I said, which was the 14-day limit. Like, when you make Sedona your home, which you're allowed to do for 14 days, which is amazing, but at the end of those 14 days, that's not actually your home, and you have to leave. And sometimes you don't want to. And I can guarantee that the meaning behind this quote is the reason that I will not be living in a van for the next 10 years or 5 years. I'm going to need a home base. I need some type of stability that the van life just doesn't bring. I'm going to take a moment to reiterate, I love living in a van, and I love having a home everywhere. It's just not sustainable for somebody like me for a decade. The next one, van life is a lot of work. You're always thinking in your head, where am I going to sleep tonight? Where am I going to sleep next week? Where am I going to be in 2 months? Do I have to look at the weather? You have to think about your electricity usage. You have to think about the water, your garbage, going to the grocery store. I personally found that finding water isn't that easy. It is easy in certain areas, but in other areas, it's next to impossible to find water. And I'm not talking about drinking water. I don't fill my tanks with drinking water. Emptying my gray tank, aka a 5-gallon bucket that only has sink water, is kind of embarrassing. And even though I know that there's something bad in it, and I can dump it where I need to, it's still embarrassing and I don't do it in front of people. And therefore, I have to drive out into the middle of nowhere where I'm alone so that I can dump it. And then I take my shovel and typically like cover it up because I feel bad. And then the last thing in this category is the walk of shame. I first heard of this idea of the walk of shame from a couple on Instagram, the Desert Cruiser, and I cannot agree more. Taking your trash out is a walk of shame. When you have to take a couple of trash bags to the grocery store, garbage can, it's a little embarrassing. And it's the one time that I do actually feel like a little bit of a leech. Anyways. This next one, I feel like a lot of people are changing up in this day and age. I don't know if it's because honesty is becoming like the new thing to do or what. But when I first started living in a van, I was super surprised by everything that I was feeling, the emotions, the difficulty, because at that time it was really normal to just glamorize it to the point where everybody and their mom wanted to live the van life because it looked so awesome. What I hated about it specifically wasn't that they glamorized it. When I was actually living it myself, I was second guessing my own feelings because I thought that my experience was a fluke, that everybody else had it so great, I must be doing something wrong for it to be sucking this bad. I just remember feeling bad to the point where I thought that I wasn't right for the van life because of how I felt about it. Every single time I put videos out that are even halfway negative about living in a van or traveling full time or anything of the sort, I get these comments that say something along the lines of, you're too anxious for the van life, you're not right for the van life, you seemingly hate living in a van, why are you doing it? And I let those get to me for a long time. And now I can see I just didn't know how to van life. I needed somebody to be able to tell me, hey, it's okay that it sucks. Van life is just life living in a vehicle, and life can suck really bad, and living in a vehicle can suck. Which is why I'm vocal about it, even though I know that every single time I say negative things about the van life, I get hate comments about it. I can deal with it. This next one is kind of a hard one to explain, but I'm going to try my best. Okay, so bear with me. Living in a van is less about living inside your van, and it's more about living outside your van. I think that's pretty common knowledge. However, what that means for me is that the places that I am calling my home, like the cities or the plot of land, the BLM land, the Walmart, the desert, the quality, safety, and community of those places makes a huge impact on my mental health. For example, I'm not going to name the name of the place. It's a kind of loved place, and I'm still confused as to why I don't feel safe and comfortable in it. But there's this place in the southern portion of Arizona that is a desert, that is a quirky, awesome, cool, nomadic kind of town. But there's nothing normal about it, and I create normalcy. But the people who flock to this area are older couples, snowbirds, OHVers, RVers, really. It's not the kind of place where you see a plethora of younger couples or young solo female travelers. And in this said place, I don't feel comfortable. I've gone twice now, and every single time that I go, I just find myself in the lowest low of the season. I mean, I go months being happy, and then I go to this place, and I find myself super sad and anxious, and just honestly not okay. And I'm not okay because of my surroundings. As opposed to a place like Sedona, a place where I fit in really, really well. There's a lot of normalcy and stability, but also enough nature to feel like I can go out and be by myself. In a place like that, I find myself in the best of spirits and the happiest of emotions. And this pattern has become very obvious. Bad place, bad mental health. Good place, good mental health. Just because this pretty little box is with me in those places doesn't mean that I'm going to be happy. And I do hate that because, like I said before, these places that I feel super safe and comfortable are actually pretty few and far between. And in my experience, they're more primarily found on the West Coast. I've actually found that the East Coast is not exactly van life central, and I hate that because it actually cuts off a huge portion of the United States. That being said, if anybody knows anything about the East Coast and van life, please let me know. If you went, where you went, if you felt comfortable, what is their judgment?
Let's get hammered. Terms is acceptable. It's a round of the ball.
Tremendous. This next one might just be me because I came from being a Prius girl. My first car was a Prius, and I was used to getting 45 miles per gallon. The van, on a good day, gets 16.8 miles per gallon. It used to get 17.8, but then I added the alternator charger, and that is no longer the case. So even though I was prepared for the higher cost, I was still taken aback by it, surprised by it, and overall, it is my largest budgetary item, and I can't stand it. About once a month, I have a thought come over me and consume me for about 8 hours, and it's the thought of sell the van, get out of bed, buy a Prius, have a very low monthly cost, but then I wouldn't have a homey home. Honestly, I don't know if I can give this up. And then the last thing that I hate about living in a van is the overall lack of stability. There's a lack of community. People that I have back in my hometown, I don't have on the road. There's a lack of familiarity. You're always moving. You're always in a different place. There's a lack of comfort. You don't just live in a house. You live in a van, and that can be really hard for your mental health if you're not used to it, and it can be really hard. It can be very uncomfortable. Anyways, that's it. That's all I have to say today. Those are 10 things that I hate about van life. Have a good week. I will see you next Sunday. I don't know why I'm so nervous. Yeah. Filming sometimes. Anyways, my name is Brian, and I live in this van. This video is kind of a part 2 to the video that I just put out about my first 6 months on the road. That video was more of a rambling, step-by-step explanation not that. This video is going to be the main ticket items of personal growth that I've experienced while living in this van. Anyways, I hate long intros and I also hate long videos. So there's going to be timestamps down in the description and there also will be timestamps down in the comments. So if you want to skip around, feel free to do so. So let's talk about it. In no particular order, the first lesson that I want to talk about is dogs. Don't let the sappy Instagram captions fool you. Traveling with dogs is not as easy as you think. That isn't to say that the captions are lying. That's just to say that there's more to it than just the gratification and the fulfillment that comes with having dogs on the road. I personally traveled with 2 different dogs, an Aussie who does not live in the van with me anymore because I'm not that to talk about, and a Chihuahua Terrier. I will preface this by saying I do prefer traveling with dogs, but it's not easy. Traveling with a dog with high energy like our Aussie requires more time outside of the van. Now that's easy in some areas, and in some areas it's not so easy. Not only do you have to prioritize them during the build process of making sure there's enough ventilation and making sure that they have a safe space and spot in the van where they won't chew up everything in sight if your dog's a chewer. Ours aren't. But you also have to make sure that the place that you're choosing to travel to and through are dog friendly enough for your dog's needs. Now every single dog is different, right? So my small dog, Finn, the reason that I only travel with him now is because with him I can basically go anywhere. He has no issues staying alone in the van. He's got no issue going into coffee shops with me. He's got no issue going to dog parks or being super active or being super lazy. He's a very versatile dog. But Callie, our Aussie, has a little bit of anxiety, so it kind of makes being around other people and or dogs a little bit more difficult, which leads to us having to choose spots that are either out in the boonies or places that have boonies nearby so that we can kind of take her to and from the boonies to be able to get her energy out. Because she's got a lot of energy. Her anxiety limits the amount of places that I can go and the people that I can meet. And that's the main reason why she's not on the road with me anymore. Obviously, if Callie was my dog, I would be working through her anxiety on the road. But specifically in our situation, where Coleman's back at home, it just makes sense for Callie to be back at home. She likes being in a house. Finn was raised in a van and a car and a vehicle. He's always kind of spent more time in a vehicle than in a house. And therefore, he's kind of weirder in a house situation. Callie was the opposite. She was raised in a family situation, in a house situation. So when we brought her into the van, I mean, I don't want to say it's not doable. It's totally doable, but it's a little more challenging than I think what a lot of people kind of make it seem like. I do think that dogs provide a huge sense of safety on the road. When I have Callie on the road versus when I only have Finn on the road, there is a huge difference. When Callie's in the van, I sleep so well. She cuddles with me and she is kind of, but she's not aggressive, but she can seem aggressive, especially when somebody's outside the van and she's sitting in the driver's seat barking her head off at the person outside. As opposed to Finn, he's an 8-pound, small, white terrier Chihuahua dog. Like he's not scary in any way or intimidating in any way. So I think in that way, obviously safety-wise, I do feel way safer when Callie's on the road with me. But it's not worth it to me to compromise her happiness to be able to feel more safe myself. I will say though that if this lifestyle became my situation long-term, full-time for years, I do think that I would try my hardest to figure out a way to add a larger dog to the equation. I think the sense of security that I get when a larger dog is on the road with me is very similar to when Coleman's on the road. Obviously, I feel way more secure with Coleman than a larger dog, but if I can't have Coleman, I would at least prefer a larger dog. I feel like I'm totally stumbling over my words. I'm so sorry. Lesson number 2 is about seasonal travel, and this is something that I talked about in depth in my last video, so I'm going to try not to go too in depth, but I'm not going to act like I'm a pro at this. I'm still struggling with it. That being said, I think I have a good enough grasp on it to be able to explain what it is, and if you're actually serious about being on the road, you need to take what I say about it and then go learn more from everybody else. I haven't lived in a van long enough to know where exactly to go in the season. But in short, seasonal travel is basically traveling where the weather is the most comfortable. And a lot of people might call this choosing 70. I don't actually like to choose 70. I think that 70 is a little bit too warm for me. I know that sounds weird. I actually prefer from 50 degrees to 70 degrees. That's my happy place. That means for me, in the summer, traveling to places like Alaska or Washington or at the very most the Northern Rockies. Again, don't take verbatim what I said because there's plenty of places and everybody's comfortable temperature is going to be completely different. Some people like 80s, some people like 50s. Like I like 50s. Why do I like 50s? I don't know. Some people like 70s. I mean, it's all over the board. So the only other thing that I'm going to say about this is like the things that I ran into during the summer when I wasn't traveling smartly about the seasons. I ran into hail. I ran into heat. I ran into green algae. I ran into, did I already say hail? Hail was probably the biggest thing. Hail and thunderstorms were really scary. So, and then alternatively in the winter, my biggest worry is running into places that are too icy or too cold and then taking a vehicle where the build is not necessarily insured, and then putting it in a position to have a higher likelihood of getting wrecked. Like, I don't want to do that. So I have to be really careful about where I travel in the winter to make sure that it's warm enough not to have ice. The third lesson that I learned is that you have to have a why for van life. Now, this is such an intricate thing. My intentions were so screwed up in the beginning. I got into van life because, well, okay, I think that half of my intentions were good and half of my intentions were bad. I wanted to be able to do college online, but I didn't really have a set idea of how I was going to do that. I didn't realize how expensive it was going to be. I also wanted to make YouTube videos, but I didn't make videos and I wasn't already making videos. So I don't know why I thought that getting on the road was going to get me to make videos. Obviously, now I've figured out how to make videos. But and then the other reason I wanted to do van life, I was swayed by creators in van life on Instagram, on YouTube, on podcasts. I listened to what people had to say about their experiences and what van life brought to them. And I thought that if I did it and followed in their footsteps, I would be able to have perfect experience like they did, and that it would change me in the ways that it changed them. And now I know that yes, it absolutely can, and it is for me. And yeah, obviously at this point, I'm full-time long-term because I figured out a way to make it worth it for me. I figured out a way to have a purpose, and I figured out a way to have deadlines and all the other things. I got into the van life thinking I was going to be able to make it work long-term, full-time, and I was just going to be able to work seasonally and know what the answer was about it. But at this point, well, first of all, I'm dealing with the pandemic, so it's a little bit different. But I'm really worried about what I'm going to do for work this coming spring or summer. I'm really worried about being able to continue my dream with learning how to tell stories and also making an income, right? Like, I have to figure out how to balance everything. I don't know. It's just not as easy as people make it seem, I guess. The first couple months when I got on the road, I didn't have YouTube. I didn't have photography. I didn't have a purpose. I was really just traveling aimlessly. And in that time, the first 3 months that we were traveling, I realized people who had sold me this dream of van life. They were the ones making money from selling it. And I really don't want to talk about this that much because it's kind of a touchy subject, because I think on one hand, van life is what you make it, but on the other hand, it's really easy to make van life look way better than it is. Let's just be real, like these pictures of the vans and the cool places, like that's enough to sell anybody. And then the experiences that you have and that you've been through, like that's enough to sell people on it. People that I'm referring to as selling van life did change their life. They do work remotely. They're not lying about being happy on the road. But to expect that I would be just as happy on the road as somebody else with full-time income, passions, projects, hobbies, deadlines, I mean, it's just not realistic. And I can't speak for everybody's experiences. I am sure that there are people who just get on the road with no real purpose, who are just ecstatic living in different places. But for somebody like me at the age that I am, I'm 21, I think that a purpose is really important. This realization was absolutely the turning point for me on the road. If I hadn't realized this, I 100% would have quit van life. This is the thing that if I had not figured it out and I continued to travel aimlessly, I would not have lasted more than 4 months. I don't do well traveling aimlessly. I don't do well not having this life. I like being able to create something with a possibility of it turning into something else in the future. I'm at the age of my life where I want to be working towards a career. I don't want to be just stagnant and not furthering myself with my ambitions, I guess. Live TV from 85 plus channels. Sports and news. YouTube TV. Try it free.
You're still trying to figure out how to start online.
Holic. Let's just put it that way. I needed something, and YouTube has brought me that joy. But I also want to say again, don't just watch me on YouTube having the time of my life and expect that you can do the same and whatever. What you don't see is the 80 hours of work that I'm doing behind the scenes. This will not be the last time that I talk about this. This is going to be an ongoing conversation with me and this camera. Just the irony of what people want to know about this lifestyle. I'm going to move on because I am going to get way too amped up if I keep answering that question. The third lesson that I learned, which sprouts off of my last lesson, is that there's a difference between traveling in a van and living in a van. I think that there are 2 ways to approach the van life. One approach is to treat it like a trip, like you're always traveling. When I think of this, I think of aiming and back. Always go, 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 on to the next pretty location. It's fast-paced, it's exciting, and it's expensive as fuck. The other way to approach van life is as a lifestyle. It's slower, you see more places in depth, you drive much less, and it's overall way less expensive. This is how I travel, and this is how I see it. So if you're traveling for short bits of time, like a weekend or a week or up to 6 weeks or 8 weeks, you can afford to treat it like a trip. You can afford to be kind of stressed out, not really needing to recharge. You can afford just to go for it. And also what I said before about needing a purpose, it won't apply to you. But if you're looking to travel for longer than 6 weeks, your trip isn't really a trip. It starts to become a lifestyle. No longer is the fast-paced van life trip style going to totally satisfy and fulfill your needs. You're going to need time to recuperate. You're going to need time to focus on your mental health. You're going to want to make sure that your build is homey enough to keep your mental health good. What I'm trying to say is that you're going to want to make sure that you're setting yourself up for success and you're not setting yourself up to get burnt out. I'm realizing that somebody like me, I need a vacation from the van. Once a month, once every 2 months at the very least. I need to be able to just step outside of my van, sleep somewhere else, and do a gosh dang full ass deep clean so that I feel like I'm starting from zero. The excitement of the things gets old. The excitement of being worried about where the hell you're going to find water and being like, I don't know, we'll figure it out, or we're just not going to have water for 2 weeks. That gets old. That doesn't mean I don't prefer that. I prefer the stress of having to figure out my water situation to living in a normal house and working in 9 to 5. I'll say it a million times. I prefer the van life. That being said, I still need a break, and that's not a bad thing. Both can be true at once. I think ideally, for me, I would love to be able to eventually get an Airbnb once every month and a half. If I could get a campsite with a shower and a bathroom and a laundry machine, that's kind of the same idea. I just need 3 days to be able to one day clean, another day relax, and then the last day kind of be creative and relax at the same time. The way that I'm traveling and living in the van, I'm kind of working way too much, and I know that. I'm willing to do it because it doesn't really feel like work. But at the same time, I do have to say that there's not really a real weekend in the van life. There's no real day where you're not going to worry about something. Your water, your work, the cleanliness of the van. I think the only way to make it a little bit more relaxing is to have a larger vehicle, which I don't want a larger vehicle. The way that I'm living in such a small van, I need to be able to get out of such a small space once a month, and that's not a bad thing. Moving on, traveling as a couple. It's not easy. It can be worth it, but it can also lead to resent. I started out my travels with Coleman. We traveled together for 2 months, then he came home to work for a month, then he came back out, traveled for another month before we realized that the road wasn't the right place for us as a couple. It was leading to resent because, well, I think that this actually goes back to what I was saying about van life as a trip versus a lifestyle. I was really intent on making van life a lifestyle. I don't go to all the attractions. I don't go fast. I want to go slow. My biggest priority is learning how to tell a story. Van life is giving me something to make videos about, and it is giving me something to learn from. And it's giving me the opportunity to not only learn about myself, but my video style, about my own brain, about my country, about places that I want to potentially buy a piece of land. Like, it's giving me the opportunity that I need for all of the things. And that's what van life is for me. That's my why. What was my point? Oh, yeah. And in that way, I'm making van life a lifestyle. Coleman has career options in person back at home. So being on the road with me, he was sacrificing furthering his career to be on the road with me, but on the road with me.
Every day I die over and over again. Or found this. Let's see.
A couple days after I got home from the trip in the Prius, Coleman got a call out with the company and had to be home.
Why? Whew.
I've been stuck in the house for the majority of the last week thanks to the rain. Being inside all day has started to get to me. When I spend too much time inside, I end up spending too much time on my phone. And when I spend too much time on my phone, well, life starts to feel a little weird. So today I forced myself out of the house. I went by to go go on a little adventure of them. Let's go. I left the house around noon. Lately, I found myself sleeping in until 10 or 11, and I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of this either. It's time for the van to get a little change, but I don't trust corporate drive-through services that often companies sending my van away to get work done where I can't be visible. The torture of the forms will mess me up. Anyways, the only real change place that can go with the drive-through service in a small business is only open on weekdays, and you have to have an appointment, which I look responsible enough to have an appointment. It sure has two holes in it, and it is just that time of day. I always wondered before I lived in a van what it's like to drive a van. And take a lot off to grain salt because I do have a Ford Transit 130-inch wheelbase, so it's a really small van, and it's not the tallest van out there either, but it's relatively super easy to drive. I actually find it safer to drive than any car I've ever driven before. I used to drive a Prius, and my favorite car was a Volkswagen Tiguan, and both just had a lot of blind spots, and it's blocked. And there are no blind spots in this cars, and these they're amazing, and I love them. Step number one, food coffee. Every day I ask myself, is math improvement or am I? Hello everybody, how are we doing today? I'm doing better than the last couple of vlogs that I put out. I'm less emotional today. I'm still a little bit emotional, like the last couple of days have been weird. But weird for a different reason. I realize I'm thinking about myself, having realizations, and they're just kind of overwhelming, and they're making me wonder what I'm supposed to do to make what I realize is a problem in my life. I don't know why I started my videos this week. It's really unnecessary. Step number two, upgrading vlog overlooking. I'm really proud. Okay, so I'm not overlook. Pull off of the road. It's cold, so I'm gonna turn on my heater. So I haven't talked about this, but we actually have this diesel heater. It's under the passenger seat. The fuel is in the garage. And so far, it seems to be working nicely. I mean, I haven't really been able to test it out because it's been in California and it's not very cold here, but it works. So that's cool. Let's go. Yeah, if it falls down there, it's gone. So, sketch. That's very fun. It's an expensive but relatively painless way to up the quality of your videos. Drone insurance isn't fun. It's advice you have your device. If your drone is lost in the ocean or stuck retrievable on a cliffside, you're shit out of luck. Please don't push the boundaries though. That's sarcasm. Okay, I decided that lunchtime is some grouchy, so I'm gonna eat some leftovers. I brought leftovers from last night's dinner. Well, it really takes it out of you. It's not an easy thing. I think it's a very common misconception that it's easy to make videos. I think the more that I learned about photography, videography, and content creation, one thing that keeps coming round and round and round is that when somebody makes something look doable or easy or almost like you could do it, they're very, very good at what they're doing, like professional level skill at what they're doing. Even though I've been home, living at home, where I have a hot shower, I take like 2 baths a day, I still haven't been washing my hair very often. Why does that pink weird? I would love to wash my hair more often, but I just know that when I hit the road again, I don't want my hair to be used to showers. I went through all the trouble of trimming my hair to last longer between washes, and I don't want to screw that up. So, let's do it. Stop at the Cowell State Park. I had planned to stop at the state park to set up my hammock and eat my lunch, but I was too grouchy to wait to eat, and I did plans never pan out, do they? So, the thing that surprises me
that I would let it affect me. Like, I love it. I haven't really left my van. I haven't gone on very many walks like I always thought I would. I haven't been a super outdoorsy person, super adventurous. Going on a hike or sunrise person. I thought that I was going to be that person, but I haven't been. And that's because I worry about trailheads and the safety of leaving the van. And if you see rocks on the ground, or I don't know, I come from a place where you don't leave your car valuable in it. And no matter how many things I take out of the van, my cameras and my laptop, there will always be things valuable inside. They are definitely going to surprise me out of van life. And my New Year's resolution for 2021, I want to care less about the things in my van. Yes, maybe it's a little bit sketchy to leave my van with all the stuff in it. I can't sit here to keep me from doing what I want to do. And what I want to do is do this. I don't want to walk. My God. We'll take that off the calendar. That's my goal. I've been walking here. I just want to do myself. One little thing on this morning. I haven't worn jeans in months. Why would you wear them to an adventure? That's for sure. Lunch. I actually really miss living in a car. There's a period of time where I did a lot of car travel and living in a car. It's a lot less luxurious than van life, but the funny thing about it is that there's less of a stigma. When you're in a van, you're in a van. You have a girl driving a van, and sometimes you get stared at more than usual, and not for any good reason. I often find myself feeling like I should be somewhere more like I have to place where people don't want me here. I feel like I'm also less in a van. When you're living in a car, it's a lot less out there. You're a lot more low key, and nobody knows that you're living in a car when you're living in a car. Except for you, it's driving on. You also don't have to worry about being convicted. Crash or more. There's a lot of things about living in a car overall. I said anything. Just keep what it's most days. I absolutely love working with HelloFresh because their recipes are always so fun and so easy and super delicious. So if you guys have never heard of HelloFresh before, which I would just find it so hard to believe. Good evening. What is your name? Honey, how old are you?
I'm 12 years old.
Aw, are you nervous that you're here?
A little bit, yeah.
Student one, stay on the left side. First here. Towards yours. It has been a while since I've made any updates on this trailer. A lot has happened since the last video. I stopped making videos for a little while because I got married, had a little baby, and it's a little bit tricky to film while I'm building if I'm doing it at night when the baby's asleep or during nap time, which is right now. But yeah, I figured I'd
and I covered it in wallpaper samples from a sample book, and I glued them down with a clear coat over the top. Underneath here, right now it's just all junk, but once the inside is completely built, I'm gonna clear this out and we'll put bicycles under here. And up top is where the bed is. It has a full-size normal mattress because that's what we had laying around. And we found these pictures at Angel View. Up in here are the closets. There's the closet rod, and then each one has a little basket in the bottom. And I didn't feel like doing actual lighting up in there, so we have these little switch lights where you just turn them on and they light up. We also have the big light right here. At the foot of the bed, we have this shelf which will hold a TV on top and all of our more storage on the bottom. And there's the solar charge controller right there. Up top, we have an outlet that runs off the solar. It's kind of buried under stuff, but I have this inverter that has these extension cords plugged into it, and the extension cords run into these plugs. So when I'm plugged into shore power, which I haven't finished setting up yet, I will unplug from this box, and I will plug them into this when I have more plugs put in it, which run off of breakers. And then I have some plugs inside that run solely off of the breaker panel, which then is plugged in through this port here. Yeah, so I'll take you around the inside. So I had to change the design a little bit. Before I had a bench on this side and a bench on this side. But since we had the baby, I had to think about where's the baby gonna sleep. So I cut a hole in the wall and I built more walls back in the back. And then on top of this, I will put a crib that I haven't built yet. So I'll build like a box that has doors on the front and you can put storage underneath. And then on top, the crib mattress will go into that hole, come out to about the end of this wheel well here. And then it will have the crib bars. And then we can just pick the baby up over the top. And then when she gets old enough, I'll just take the bars off and it'll be a good sized bed until she's about maybe 4. And then at that point, I could take this off and have a custom mattress built all the way to the end here. And then have the corner cut. Sort of like how some bunkhouse trailers do, where they'll have a full length mattress with the corner cut off and a custom sheet made for it. We also have this shelf up here that we'll be able to put like her little stuffed animals and toys. And then underneath it, we're talking about doing a closet rod so we could hang her clothes up. But in the beginning, we'll just fold her clothes up and have them on the shelf. And then in here, I think I covered this in one of my last videos, but this is the fold-out table. It ended up not needing any other support. It's pretty good how it is. And then we have this big painting made by some painter called Winslow. I got this from my grandfather when he was moving. He wasn't going to take it with him, so he said I could have it. And above the table, we have a 12-volt outlet and USB ports for charging phones or whatever. This is the bench that I made. With the way that lumber prices are going, I started making things out of recycled materials. So this entire wood that's on top of here was an old bed that we weren't going to use anymore, and it was just sitting in storage. So the bed, it was like a bunk bed, and these were the wooden slats that went across underneath the mattress. So I cut them, and I just screwed them together, and I stained it black. And there's a bit of storage underneath there. In the upcoming weeks, I'm going to do the flooring. So that's why I'm kind of trying to clean up in here, because we're doing a diner theme, kind of. So we're going to do checkerboard floorings. And the kitchen was one of the first areas that I got finished. It these little laundry baskets will hold dishes and stuff. Right now they're just holding a bunch of tools to keep them out of the way while I do the flooring. And then down in here, I had the mini fridge, but I was thinking we're probably not going to end up living in this thing full time, so it works well with just a cooler. I have this old Coleman cooler, so I just threw it in here. And then for cooking, we have this, what's it called? Induction cooker. So it uses magnetic pans to cook with. This is another outlet that runs off the solar, so that I could use this outlet when I'm not plugged into short. And then this table here flips up. I'll see if I can do it with one hand. It has this latch, this bolt that just slides to keep it up. And we can put our induction cooktop right on here and plug it in right here. I also have this. This is mainly for outdoor cooking. It's a white gas Coleman stove. But if I had to, I could use it right here. I don't think I would want to, because of how dangerous it would be burning the gas inside. But I could. And I have the Max Air vent fan right up above it. So it wouldn't be completely dangerous. We have our little toaster oven and our small microwave. I got it out of an old motorhome. Both of them work. I don't know what I'm going to use this little shelf for, so right now I just have old stuff in it that I thought looked cool. There's my grandfather's railroad lantern. There's this board that I painted, and this old coffee can that I found somewhere in the desert. And yeah, the whole switch panel for the entire trailer is right here. It controls the inverter and all of the lights that aren't the main lights. The main lights work off of this switch right inside the door. Yeah, this isn't gonna stay. It doesn't really work at all since it uses radiant heat. When you're up in bed, since there's this wall in between you and the heater, the heat waves, you don't even feel it. So the only thing that heater is good for is if you're standing in the main room right within direct sight of it, and then you'll feel the heat waves. But it doesn't heat the air, and since it burns propane, propane has a byproduct of burning propane is water vapor. So it will create like water droplets on the walls and stuff. So yeah, definitely not going to keep this thing. I will be buying a diesel heater and setting it up back behind there underneath the bed platform and running the ductwork either through the front of there or through the front of the bench. And that will actually heat the air and heat it efficiently with diesel instead of using up a whole bunch of propane and barely keeping it warm in here. Once this is gone, I will be putting. So for a while, I was thinking of doing an air conditioner, like one of the window units right here, venting it through the floor and through the sidewall so it could get a cross breeze outdoor coil. But I figured I don't want to mess with that and cut more holes in this. So I saw someone else do theirs where they literally just cut a hole in the front wall. They shoved their air conditioner through it, and they put a cover on the outside when they're driving. So that's what I'm. really well, and I have a window unit that will run off of our solar. So that should be good. In this leather door is the bathroom. This door is weird because my idea for it was to make a like a normal door that would fold in half once it's open, so that you could leave it open and it would only take up that much space instead of that much space. But it ended up being this door that you fold like that. I tried to make it lock in the open position so that you could open it like a normal door, but it didn't want to stay locked. So I was going to try and rebuild it, but my wife says she likes it how it is. So that's just how it's going to be. And I'm going to add a whole bunch of these leather flaps to each of these support beams so that I could use them as shelves to hold our toothbrush and toothpaste and stuff like that, like shampoo. Well, shampoo is going to be on this ladder shelf, but we'll figure out things to put on those. And then it will just all fold up, and I'll have a little latch to keep it folded. And then when you're inside, the latch would keep it. One of those little hook latches. Yeah. In here we have the Nature's Head toilet, which I like a lot. It's really easy to clean. It was really easy to set up. No plumbing necessary. And we can go, well, I've had this thing for about a year, and I do use it when I'm out here working on the trailer. And I've only had to wash it once. I've only had to dump it and refill it once. And we just fill it with peat moss. We buy these bags at Home Depot, and one whole bag just fills the toilet. So however many bags of these that you store is however many times you can fill your toilet. And I just have it tucked in there. The bathroom, it's the least finished part of the entire build. So this is going to be where the shower is. I'm going to do corrugated metal walls on all sides. And then the shower head comes from the sink. The sink hasn't been plumbed yet, hasn't even been glued down. It's like a salad bowl. And then I'll put a drain, which I have right here. The drain will be right there, and it'll go down through the back, and everything will be plumbed underneath the trailer. But I didn't want to finish the bathroom until after I put the flooring in, because I already have to take up the toilet to put the flooring underneath it, and I want the flooring to go underneath the shower tub. So I didn't want to finish the shower before I got flooring under there. And back behind there, I have a large mirror that I found, and I'm going to cut it so that it will fit this area here. And underneath there, we have the toilet paper. Right now, I have this basket as a trash can, but I'm going to put a smaller bathroom trash can underneath there. And right there is where the towel rack is. And we have little decorations. And then this ladder I got for $5 off of OfferUp. And I thought, I want an old wooden ladder to do a shelf with in the bathroom, because I wanted something really thin. I didn't want to get a shelf that would jet out into the small space. So I found this ladder. The guy only wanted $10 for it. He said he would sell it to me as long as I promised not to actually use it as a ladder, since it is very old and kind of falling apart. But that's perfect, because I just wanted to use it to hold small items. And then I have this like a burlap ribbon holding everything so it doesn't fall off while I'm driving. And then these are like green tarp material that I was planning on making some kind of awning out of. and I don't know where to put it, so I just shoved it in the bathtub. Eventually, I'm going to sew them all together and make an awning. So yeah, that's pretty much the entire build, or at least everything I could think of, as far as what I have done so far. I'm sorry I wasn't able to make too many videos for the past year, and it's kind of a big jump from what it is now based off of the last video that I took where it was all framework. So yeah, things have been moving along at a steady pace, slow and steady. Homeowners.
And I was working in Chicago about 80 hours a week and going to school full time as a junior and senior in the last 2 years that I was in school. It was unreal. I did end up graduating, but I kind of think what usually takes people 20 or 30 years to realize they don't work a 9 to 5, it really only took me 2 years because I hit my breaking point so fast after that. And as soon as I graduated, I realized like I cannot do this for the rest of my life. Around the same time, I started looking at social media and seeing that people were living in vans, which I wasn't scared. I didn't think that there was a chance I wouldn't like it. Like it really, it just felt immediately like this is what I was meant to do, and I knew that from the beginning. I left the job, I graduated school, got a van, and the van has lived on the road for the last 2 years. So my parents were totally on board about it. My dad tells everyone that I live in a van. He's like, follow my daughter. And yeah, my parents have heard actually. So this was actually my second van. I lived in Sprinter before this. And so the build process was very similar to my first van because I went to meet people. So that basically what I would do is go to Home Depot, walk around. I would like do all the research in the morning. I would go to Home Depot, buy what I needed, drop it off at the barn, tell them what I was looking for, kind of what I wanted with the materials I bought that day, and then they would piece it together. Hi guys, my name is Sydney. This is my 2017 Ford Transit. I have lived in here for a year and a half with my 2 dogs, Ella and Pearl, who you will meet very shortly. And let's check it out. All right, so this is how I fill my water tank. I have an 11-gallon fresh water tank and 11-gallon gray water tank. So I just have a little key. I stick this in, and then I can put a funnel in here and dump 11 gallons of water to fill that tank instead of having to carry the gallons out and all that way. I also have 400 watts of Renogy solar panels up top. That is how I run my entire electrical system. So my lights, my water, my fridge, my stove, all of that is run. Okay, so for the first almost year and a half, I just got these back window covers. I was hanging a blanket up from the back, and I just like hung them with hair ties around the lights. And then finally, I posted something on social media, and I like kind of realized how it actually looked all the time. So I ended up getting some fan-made ear back window covers. They're made from a couple who also live in the van, so I like supporting fan people, and they're insulated, so it's a lot warmer than the blanket, and they just look a lot cleaner and a lot more nicer. This is my bedroom. I do have the bench and table conversion, like the dinette conversion, but I always have it set up as the bed, and like little known secret with most van people who have the bench and table dinette conversion, we never put it up like that. It's always the bed. I kind of feel like it's false advertisement when I have it set up for something like this, just table conventions, because I never actually use that. And then my bookcases were just kind of like dead space in the back from the benches, and so I figured we might as well fill that up with something. So we decided to go with some bookcases. And by we, I mean the van builders that I had in myself. So then, the last thing I have back here is this 6-foot-long, dining room table. This is basically my dining room office. I kind of just sit here on BLM. There's not usually picnic tables, so this is kind of my way of having a picnic table no matter where I am, and if there's a table offered or not. I can work at and eat at and get outside instead of doing all that in my day. Because I never use the table bench kind of conversion, I have kind of converted this mid space into storage, which is really necessary, obviously, when you're in a small space. And when you have the benches and table, this is kind of just wasted real estate in already such a compact space. So yeah, I've kind of just transitioned this entirely to a storage space, so I have more room for myself. All right, this is Pearl. She's one of the 2 dogs. So I've had the other one for a year and a half the entire time I've lived in the van. But Pearl, I just adopted like 3 or 4 months ago. Yeah, I have a good relationship with a shelter in California, and Pearl here needed a home. So I was only fostering her at first, and then I fell in love with her, and I decided to keep her. So now she is mine, and she's a perfect fan dog. She stays next to me all the time. The first feature I have outside before walking in is this little fold-out table. And a lot of people doubt if I use this table often, but I can assure you I use this almost every single day. If I'm hanging out with friends or doing anything outside, even if I just have my camping chair outside and I'm just hanging out, it's a lot easier to set my drinks, my food, my book, or whatever, my laptop on this table instead of having to constantly jump in and out of the van. So yeah, I actually end up using this table almost every single day, and it has become quite handy. Welcome to the inside of my little home here. It's pretty typical. I just wanted to have my kitchen up here, my bed in the back. I really prioritized having a large bed because I have dogs, and I really wanted to also make the design of the van feel like home. I'm from Indiana, and so I have mason jars because I grew up eating and drinking out of mason jars. I have corrugated metal from the roof of the barn where my van was built in Indiana. And I just kind of wanted to go with the vibe that would make me feel most at home from Indiana, no matter where I was on the road. First, when you step into the van, I have this little mirror. It really wasn't a priority of mine to have a mirror. I just didn't know what to put on this like large blank wall. So it just seemed